What's going on, guys? Let me know if you can hear me. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you guys are doing well. Thank you, Vanessa, for the gifted memberships, and Michael Yarugis. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. You guys can hear me? Sounds good? Okay, glad to hear that. Hope you guys had a great Memorial Day weekend. So we have some major breaking news coming in. Things are really getting crazy here on this planet. So I want to just update you guys with some of the latest breaking news that I have. How are the mods doing tonight? Hope you guys are doing well. Tony T, thank you for the gifted memberships. Ross Niderman, Aldo Schmedak, Cats 1964, Hudson Valley Prepping and Survival. God Soldiers Watchman, good to see you. Vanessa. Michael Gale, good to see you. Harley Lady. Hope everyone's doing well. Smoky Mountain Prepper. So I'm just going to go right into it. So apparently Ukraine has launched a massive strike on the Crimean bridge tonight. So we have some video footage coming in here from Crimea. And you're probably going to want to turn your sound on if your sound is off, because there's not much visual footage here. It's mostly audio. But we're hearing reports of as many as 20 kabooms heard near the Crimean bridge, okay? So let's just listen to this and watch this. So there was one loud kaboom right there. So pretty interesting. Let me play that for you again. So pretty interesting. You can hear multiple kabooms there. We're getting reports that apparently potentially 2 Russian Navy warships may have been sunk in this strike. Okay, so we're hearing as many as 20 kabooms were heard. Okay, so this is a massive strike. I told you guys this would happen over the weekend. I told you that Ukraine taking out those 2 long-range radars in southern Russia was a preparation for some type of strike on Crimea, because those 2 long-range radars face towards Crimea. And sure enough, today they launched these strikes, and I don't think this is it. But we're going to have to wait and see in the coming hours what kind of damage was done by the strike. Like I said, unconfirmed reports coming out of Crimea that 2 Russian warships potentially have been sunk. And we're hearing as many as 20 kabooms or more being heard near the Crimean bridge. Okay, so this is very, very serious. Okay, so I'm going to be monitoring this throughout the rest of the night, and want to just show you guys what we have going on over the United States right now. We have some interesting activity. There was also a bunch of missiles launched towards Ukraine. So a bunch of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles were launched by Russia tonight at Ukraine. And we currently have this aerial refueler flying over southeastern Poland. Poland has scrambled their F-16s to patrol their border with Ukraine to potentially shoot down any Russian missiles that would enter into Poland. And we know that already twice Russian missiles entered the airspace of Poland. So Poland is now probably going to start shooting down the Russian missiles because, 3 strikes and you're out. They've already allowed 2 Russian missiles to fly into their territory. So they're starting to lose their patience, and they're probably going to start shooting them down. But there you have the U.S. Air Force aerial refueler here patrolling southeastern Ukraine, southeastern Poland on the border of Ukraine. And we currently have some interesting doomsday plane activity. Let me see if I can pull this up on the screen. So this was earlier today. And what you're looking at, this was actually just about an hour ago. You can see E4B Night Watch, Titan 25 is the call sign. And you can see it took off from Anchorage, Alaska, which is an unusual location for these doomsday planes. And there's also this RC-135 Cobra Ball flying with it. It appears to be crossing over the Bering Sea. So this is very unusual, guys, okay, to have a doomsday plane flying over the Bering Sea with what appears to be a Cobra Ball right behind it. And there was also a C-17 Globemaster, which is a heavy airlift plane operated by the military, and also a Lockheed Martin Combat King II, which is used by commandos, okay, by the special forces and stuff to do clandestine insertions, all taking off from Anchorage from Elmendorf at the same time. But these doomsday planes going across, or one doomsday plane going across the Bering Sea, this is very unusual, guys. And then this RC-135 potentially going to Asia, maybe. There's some VIP on this plane potentially going to Asia. Now, we did have a B-52 fly into the Suwalki Gap over the weekend. That is a huge move by NATO and the United States. B-52s are part of our nuclear triad. Each B-52 can carry, I believe it's 16 or 20 air-launched cruise missiles that can each have a nuclear warhead on them with a blast yield of 200 kilotons. So that B-52 flew right into the Suwalki Gap, and it was looping literally right next to Russia, right next to Kaliningrad, okay, just 5 miles from the border. Okay, that's a huge show of force to Russia, and I can't remember the last time we've done that, if we've ever even done that. I can't remember any time we've ever done that. So things are really escalating, and then we had some very strong words from Vladimir Putin yesterday saying that the world was heading towards a global conflict if NATO allows Western weapons to be used by Ukraine to strike Russian territory, to strike Russian targets inside of Russian territory. And we have more countries now confirming that they will allow Ukraine to use their weapons to strike Russian territory, guys. This is huge news, okay? And Russia is now accusing NATO of practicing nuclear strikes on Russia. Russia has put their tactical nuclear missiles on full combat alert in southern Russia and also in Belarus. So, guys, we are literally like on the verge of nuclear war. I know it doesn't sound like it. It may not seem like it, okay? Because when you turn the news on, you don't really hear much about this stuff. You hear about the usual stuff about, you know, Trump and the trials and all that kind of stuff and celebrity gossips and stuff. But we are literally like, you know, walking a tightrope, okay? A nuclear war tightrope right now, all right? So this is very, very serious, but presidential doomsday plane going down to the Bering Sea from Anchorage tonight. This was just about an hour ago, and I'll show you guys where these things are right now. I'll see if I can get this up on the flight tracker here. They already disappeared from the flight tracker, so it's going to be hard to see where they are. Yeah, they already disappeared from the flight tracker here, so we're not going to be able to see them. But they took off from Elmendorf, and they're somewhere in the Bering Sea right now, somewhere in the central Bering Sea. Okay, you can see the time right now, 2:35 UTC, and this was at 2:05 UTC, so just 30 minutes ago. So both of these planes went off the flight tracker, okay, because they're probably in a poor reception area. They're in the middle of nowhere, okay, so they're off the flight tracker now. We also have some interesting activity off the U.S. East Coast. We have 2 sub-hunters that have been flying along the U.S. East Coast, and we also have 2 nuclear war command and control planes in the air right now. So this is pretty serious, guys. Okay, 2 E-6 Mercuries over the plains and the deep south, and then 2 P-8 Poseidons over here. Let me see if I can show you guys live right now. Looks like one of these, let's see, where did the other one go? So we got 1 nuclear warplane over Oklahoma City right now. And then here we have these P-8 Poseidons that were flying up and down the East Coast. Check this out, guys. Okay, P-8 Poseidon is a sub-hunter plane. We also have this aerial refueler off the coast of Florida here. This is pretty interesting. So that is definitely not normal to have 2 of these P-8s this late at night flying up and down the East Coast. Okay, look at this one here. This one flew all the way up to Cape Cod and then turned around and came back. Okay, you can see it was hugging the shoreline of New Jersey and Long Island. Went all the way up to Cape Cod, turned around, and is now coming back to their home base in Jacksonville. And then we had another one, which is currently over Hilton Head Island right now. Flew all the way up to Nova Scotia and then turned around and came back. So something's going on here. There were some reports of as many as 10 Russian subs off the East Coast or off the U.S. coastlines. I cannot confirm that 100%. We don't know where this information came from, but there were some rumors earlier today that as many as 10 Russian subs are off the U.S. East Coast. And again, I cannot confirm that. Okay, these are unconfirmed reports. But if there were 10 Russian subs off the East Coast, they would most likely be Russian attack subs and not Russian nuclear-armed subs, because Russia doesn't have that many nuclear-armed subs to deploy to one area. They only have like 10 or 11 active nuclear-armed subs, okay? So it's definitely not nuclear-armed subs. Maybe one or two are nuclear-armed and the rest are attack subs. But either way, that's still pretty serious if that's true. But I don't have any way of verifying that at this time. But I thought I would just mention that to you guys. So looks like one of these nuclear war command and control planes just went off the flight tracker. Okay, but we have one looping over Oklahoma City. So our nuclear forces are on high alert, guys. We had 3 B-52 bombers in the air earlier today, which is just absolutely insane, guys. I can't remember the last time that I saw 3 B-52s flying over the United States. That is just absolutely crazy, okay? So we also have this sunspot that caused the global aurora 2 weeks ago, rotating back around the sun, and it's going to be Earth facing in the coming days. You can see right here in this animation, it actually generated an X 1.4 class flare earlier today, which is going to cause a minor to moderate geomagnetic storm on Friday. Okay, so that sunspot is still packing a punch, and I believe it was Friday or Saturday that this thing generated an X 2.9. So this sunspot still is very powerful, and you can see here on the solar disk that it's rotating back around. Okay, you see 3697, that used to be 3664, and that's the sunspot that caused the global auroras 2 weeks ago. Okay, we saw auroras all the way down in the tropics. Okay, vivid auroras in the tropics, guys. That is a once in, I don't know, 100-year event. Okay, the last time that happened probably was decades ago, and we know that right before the start of World War II, there was a massive solar storm that caused global auroras in 1938, right before Hitler invaded Poland and World War II went kinetic. We had this massive solar storm. So I don't know if we're going to have World War III now because of this solar storm, and this is some kind of a sign from God. But there is Catholic prophecy that mentions lights in the sky right before World War III, okay? And so we have to be on high alert because things are really spiraling out of control. So let me just update you guys with some other information here. And Ukraine was just under an air raid alert. Like I said, Russia launched a bunch of missiles at Ukraine. And so Ukraine was under an air raid alert. That air raid alert has since been canceled. So we don't know anything yet about damage. As soon as I find out information about damage, I will let you know. And we're still waiting to hear about any damage in Crimea, but it looks like Ukraine launched a pretty serious strike on Crimea tonight. We have a dozen European countries now saying that they're going to allow Ukraine to use their weapons inside of Russian territory. So this is very, very serious, guys, okay? Andrew Pickett, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good night. So the Crimean bridge is closed. Okay, Russia closed the Crimean bridge. Residents report more than 20 kabooms in the area of Kerch. Okay, that's where the Kerch Bridge is, the Crimean Bridge. 20 kabooms heard near the Crimean Bridge. We're hearing that ATACMS were fired. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken signaled that the U.S. is weighing the idea of allowing Ukraine to strike Russian territory with American weapons. This was reported by the Wall Street Journal. And Anthony Blinken gave a press conference earlier today, and he said that the U.S. is adaptable. And he said that one thing that the U.S. has shown is that they've been able to adapt to this war based on the conditions. And so basically he was saying that, the next adaptation is going to be allowing Ukraine to use Western weapons against Russian targets in Russia. Okay, we had the leader of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, say twice already in the last 3 days that NATO has to allow Ukraine to strike Russian territory with NATO weapons, because it's like Ukraine is fighting with their hands tied behind their back, which is totally true. As far as EAMs go, I'm listening to the EAMs now. It has been quiet the last hour or so, but I do have the EAMs on in the background, so if anything comes in, I will let you know. And Hudson Valley Prepping and Survival, thank you so much for the donation, bro. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all of your hard work, Greg. We cannot get this information from the lamestream media. Thanks so much, bro. I really appreciate the donation. Hope you had a great weekend. And everybody out there, check out Hudson Valley Prepping and Survival. He's a buddy of mine. We're really good friends, and he's on YouTube. He does prepping and survival. I first met him in New York. I actually lived close to him. And when I first moved into the area up where he was living, he was just super nice to me. He offered to help me out on various occasions. Great guy. So check him out, Hudson Valley Prepping and Survival. And thanks for the donation, bro. The sunspot is numbered 3664 in the Strong's Hebrew Dictionary, is kanas, which means to collect and gather. Jesus will rapture his people soon. Thank you, Bell Young, for that donation. That's really interesting. I didn't know that about 3664, meaning to collect and gather in the Hebrew Dictionary. Very interesting. Thanks for sharing that. Bonky, thank you for the donation, Bonky. I really appreciate it. So, wanted to just let you guys know that I'm working on a project for monitoring emergency action messages. So I'm going to be setting up a massive receiving antenna so I can personally receive emergency action messages here at the compound. And so I'm going to be working on that the next couple of weeks. Hopefully everything turns out good, and I'm going to have my own receiving station here at the compound, and I'm going to share everything with you guys. So all you guys out there that watch me for the EAMs, the nuclear attack options, we're going to have our own personal station here, NYPrepper. We're going to be listening in to these nuclear attack options with my own station. So it's going to have better quality, better reception, and better reliability. Even when the grid goes down, I could even listen to what the nuclear forces are doing. And Poland has apparently authorized Ukraine to use their weapons for attacks on Russian territory. This was confirmed this evening by the deputy head of the Polish Ministry of Defense. Wow. So that is absolutely huge. Okay, Poland is going to allow Ukraine to use Polish weapons to strike Russian territory. That is absolutely huge, guys. Okay. So things are just really spiraling out of control. We had those massive exercises in in Asia, the Chinese military did a massive exercise, so-called exercise, around the entire island of Taiwan over the weekend. They did a snap 2-day exercise, and then today we heard that China again is doing exercises around Taiwan. So make no mistake about it, guys. These are not exercises. These are World War III disguises, okay? I mean, they are just deploying weapons and putting them on full readiness, okay? We did hear that China put their long-range missiles on full combat alert during that exercise, and there's no reason to believe that they brought those missile systems back down, okay, from their readiness level, okay. So for all we know, China still has those long-range missiles pointed at Taipei, the capital of Taiwan. And let me just show you guys some footage. Sorry for the black screen. I'm just trying to figure out what to share with you. So what you're looking at here is a British Air Force cargo plane moving some heavy equipment into Estonia, guys. Okay, I've been tracking all these planes going into Estonia and the Baltic countries the last few weeks, and they've really stepped up in the number of transport planes, military transport planes going to the Baltics. Okay, so here you can see some kind of armored personnel carrier. Okay, so these are British forces moving. Oh, actually, this is a HIMARS. What is it? An M270. This is the tracked version of the HIMARS. Okay, so yeah, this is serious, guys. Okay, they're moving the M270s into Estonia. This is huge news. Okay, this is basically like double the firepower of a HIMARS. It actually has double the tubes for launching the ATACMS missiles, and so this can actually fire 2 ATACMS missiles versus, I believe, the HIMARS can only fire 1. And then they can fire up to 12 shorter range missiles with the M270, and it's a tracked version. So it's heavier and it's slower, but it can carry more missiles. Okay, so they're moving these into Estonia now. This is a very serious sign that something big is about to go down in the Baltics. Gary Richmond, thank you for gifting 20 memberships. I hope you're doing well. Deidre Fat, thank you for the donation. Thank you, Greg. You are one great watchman on the wall. Appreciate all you do for us. No problem. And Teresa Goner, thank you for the donation. Thanks for everything, Greg. Wish I had more to give. God bless you. Yeah, no problem, Teresa. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So things are really getting crazy here, guys. I mean, we're now moving M270s into Estonia. I mean, this is just absolutely insane, guys. Okay. Let me see if I can share the live flight tracker. So here's the live flight tracker. We also had some aerial refuelers fly into the Caribbean Sea earlier today, which was pretty weird. We usually don't see aerial refuelers flying into the Caribbean Sea, so something's brewing around Cuba possibly. But we do have these doomsday, we have a doomsday plane heading towards Asia, it looks like, tonight, which is pretty unusual. So it could be some kind of a diplomatic meeting of some kind. I don't know. Let me just show you guys the B-52s that were in the air earlier today, in case you missed my update. We had 3 B-52s earlier in the air. Okay, so we had one over Mississippi that got aerially refueled. We had one over Louisiana, and then there was one over the panhandle of Texas. Just extremely weird. 3 nuclear bombers. I mean, that is just insane. Here we have more NATO reconnaissance over Poland and the Baltics. We had Jake 17, which is a ISR plane operated by the U.S. flying parallel to the shore of Kaliningrad. We had another Italian AWACS plane patrolling the border of Belarus and Poland. We had 3 aerial refuelers flying over Poland, guys. I mean, that is insane. So things are really escalating here. And then here's the B-52 that flew into the Suwałki Gap. This is the little piece of land between Kaliningrad and Belarus. So this is extremely serious, guys, for us to fly a nuclear bomber over there. Very, very serious, okay? And just a massive amount of reconnaissance in Poland and the Baltics. Look at this, guys. This was when the B-52 flew into the Suwałki Gap. Multiple NATO reconnaissance planes. I counted at least 4 NATO reconnaissance planes patrolling Poland and the Baltic Sea at the time of that B-52. Here's 2 that were flying near the Gotland Island. And then here's all of them together. I mean, this is just insane. I've never seen anything like this before, and I've been monitoring this area for years. Okay, so something is definitely brewing. We have all these war fronts that are ready to pop off at any time. Okay, we had senior U.S. intelligence officials saying that North Korea could try to do some kind of provocation before U.S. elections. We had North Korea send like hundreds of balloons with feces and trash into South Korea last night. And I forgot to mention, North Korea just tested 10 missiles this evening, 10 ballistic missiles. Okay, I forgot to mention that because I got carried away with everything else. But North Korea did launch 10 ballistic missiles tonight. So looks like North Korea is preparing to do something. China's preparing to do something. We have Belarus preparing to do something. Russia preparing to do something. Iran enriching their uranium to weapons-grade levels, according to the IAEA. That's the International Atomic Energy Agency. They said 2 days ago that Iran was starting to enrich their uranium to weapons-grade. Okay, so this is very, very serious. They're producing material for nuclear weapons. Chuck W., thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Let me just read some more headlines to you. So, South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff reported that they had detected approximately 10 short-range ballistic missiles launched near the North Korean capital of Pyongyang towards the sea. Poland's defense minister says that Poland is preparing to increase the number of troops on their border with Belarus. And this comes just 2 days after the Polish military said that they were creating the East Shield program, where Poland is going to spend the equivalent of $2.5 billion to fortify their border with Russia and Belarus. So now they're going to be deploying more troops on the border with Belarus, guys. I don't know how much more clear you can get as far as signs that war is coming. Okay, we have all these reconnaissance planes flying along the Polish-Belarus border. We have Poland building fortifications now and sending more troops to the border. We have a B-52 flying over Lithuania. We have all these cargo planes and M270s going to Estonia. I mean, things are really building up here. And the former president of Iran, Ahmadinejad, who is an extremist. I don't know if any of you guys remember Ahmadinejad. He was the president of Iran during the Obama era. He was the guy who said that Iran wants to wipe Israel off the map. Okay, Ahmadinejad said that he could be a candidate in the presidential elections in Iran coming up in just about a month on June 28th. Okay, so we could see a return of Ahmadinejad, who is an extremist. Okay, he's a Iranian nationalist. During his presidency, Ahmadinejad was a controversial figure both in Iran and worldwide. He was accused of disregard for human rights by organizations in North America and Europe. Outside of Iran, he was criticized for his hostility towards countries including Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UK, the US, and other Western and Arab states. Okay, so Ahmadinejad could be returning. Very bad news there. And Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, said that American college students who are protesting against the war in Gaza are on the right side of history. So basically sending a message to these college students causing all these problems across America that they are on the right side of history. Absolutely insane. And you know these liberal colleges are going to defend their freedom of speech and continue to allow them to make these encampments and do all kinds of crazy stuff. And the Israeli army has announced that it has taken full control of the Philadelphia corridor, which is the narrow strip of land along the border between Gaza and Egypt. Okay, so the Israeli army has full control of the Gaza-Egypt border. Now, over the weekend, I reported that there was an exchange of gunfire between Egyptian army and Israeli army soldiers, and several Egyptian army soldiers were injured. There's reports that maybe one or two were killed. We're also hearing that Israeli army soldiers were killed or injured. So there was some kind of an incident on the border of Egypt in Gaza between the Israeli military and the Egyptian military. They exchanged gunfire. That is not a good sign. And we know that Egypt has violated their agreement with Israel that they signed a few decades ago, I believe in the 70s, not to place certain types of weapons in the Sinai Peninsula. And now they're moving all this equipment into the Sinai Peninsula that is banned under this agreement. Egypt has already threatened Israel. If Israel were to go into Rafah, that would be Egypt's red line. So we could see a war between Egypt and Israel, guys. And then on top of that, we have breaking news that Iran is now enriching their uranium. And according to experts, they could produce their first nuclear warhead within 7 days, and up to 8 nuclear warheads in a month and 12 within 2 months. Okay, so looks like Iran is going to get nuclear weapons. This is an absolute disaster. So it is possible that the U.S. could launch a preemptive strike, though, on Iran before they get those nuclear weapons. We'll have to wait and see. But last fall, the U.S. Congress approved a resolution stating that they would not allow Iran to get nuclear weapons by any means necessary, including arming allies like Israel to have Israel take out Iran's nuclear facilities. So very serious stuff going on, guys. I mean, this is just absolutely crazy, all the different news. It's just hard to keep track of all of it. Lily Highlander, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good to hear that you're getting your own antenna. Thank you, Lily. Yeah, I figured it would make sense with the amount of EAMs that I monitor. It makes sense to have my own Rodney Middleton, thank you for the donation. North Korea sent 290 balloons with rubbish and human waste in bags over South Korea. Yes, I thought it was like 260, but I guess it's 290. Thank you for the donation, Rodney. Hope you're doing well. And thank you so much, Lily Highlander, for that very generous donation. I hope you had an excellent weekend. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Yes, that is true. They sent like hundreds of balloons with human waste or something. Here's one of them. So they had like feces and trash. I mean, this is just really it's kind of childish. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. But here's one of those like balloons or whatever. 300 of these over South Korea, sent over South Korea. Just absolutely crazy. So here's another balloon that popped and dumped out all the trash everywhere. So absolutely crazy. Wow, Lee Billy, thank you so much for that donation, man. I really appreciate that. That's very, very generous of you. Thanks, Greg, for getting us real news. You are trusted more than the regular news. Thank you, Lee. And thanks so much for that kind donation. I really appreciate it. That's just amazing. I don't know what to say, but you know, when I get donations like that, it blows me away. So thank you so much. I know people work hard for their money, so when people donate that much to me, it just really makes me feel good inside, like I'm appreciated. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Wow. Just massive donation there. Thank you so much, bro. And you've been with me for a few years now. You've been part of this channel for a few years. I think going back to the COVID days, if I remember correctly. Thank you, Lee Billy. Yeah, Lee Billy is very generous. Lee Billy is the man. Yeah, he's a really good guy. He's also a moderator here. He's been with this channel for a while. Thank you, Deidre Fat. I appreciate it. Z Cali, good to see you, Z Cali. Gene W, good to see you. Thank you guys all for all the donations and all the kind comments. I really appreciate it. I don't have time to read all the comments, but when I do read them, it just blows me away how kind you guys are and how supportive you guys are. So thank you very, very much. Yeah, there could be some diseases in these balloons. That's a possibility. Yeah, they had like feces and trash, just really bizarre. And here we have some footage coming out of Ukraine. This was tonight. Apparently Ukraine launching the missiles towards Crimea. So let me just play this for you guys. Doesn't look like there's really any sound, but you can see them launching what appear to be ATACMS towards Crimea. Most likely ATACMS. Looks like they probably have several batteries. Thank you, Anchor MS5. Thank you for the donation, for the gifted memberships. Thank you very, very much. And Links40, thanks for becoming a member. Thank you guys so much for all your donations. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Unofficial start of summer. So I'm going to just check and see if there's any updates here on the situation in the Kerch Bridge area. Ukraine launching several missiles at Crimea, potentially sinking 2 Russian warships tonight. They did take out 2 Russian long-range radars earlier in the week, and that's clearly a sign that they are preparing for strikes because they're trying to blind the Russians. Okay, that's what they're trying to do by taking out those long-range radars. Okay, and so we could expect to see even more strikes depending on how serious tonight's strike is. This could either be the main event or it could be a warm-up for the main event. But I do believe that Ukraine has a bag of tricks up their sleeve, and we haven't seen really the main event yet. But here we have footage of Ukraine launching these ATACMS towards Crimea. So, and by the way, these are American missiles that are being used to destroy Russian warships, okay? So this is a major escalation for Ukraine to be now using ATACMS missiles, okay? This is serious, guys. Ukraine is using American missiles on Russian bases and Russian warships in Crimea. This is huge, okay? And I do believe that the U.S. is going to greenlight them to use ATACMS on Russian territory, not just occupied Ukraine, but Russia proper, okay? And so things are really escalating here, okay? This is serious. Remember, just over a year ago, the thought of, first of all, giving Ukraine ATACMS was unthinkable, okay? Remember, the Biden administration did not want to give Ukraine ATACMS. They said it was too long range and too risky. Well, they got the ATACMS, and then they were told they can't strike Crimea or they can't strike Russian territory. Well, now they're striking Crimea. They're striking Russian bases, Russian warships, potentially the Crimean bridge, and soon they're going to be striking Russian territory with these American missiles, okay? So this is escalating very quickly, and I do support Ukraine. I want Ukraine to be independent from Russia, but this is definitely escalating. Okay, this conflict is escalating, and Putin is not going to stop. Okay, Putin will not stop. He's not going to give it up. He's invested too much into this war for him to suddenly give up now. And he's actually winning. I mean, Russia has taken 20% of Ukraine's territory, and they're holding on to it. You know, they're moving Russians into Ukrainian territories now. They've already rebuilt Mariupol. They've put up apartments everywhere, and Russians are now moving in to areas that Ukrainians used to live in. So by all means, by all accounts, Russia is winning right now, and there's no reason for Putin to stop because he's in a good position. He's not going to stop, okay? And he's already put his tactical missiles on high alert, so if things escalate, he could always use those missiles and strike all the major population centers in Ukraine as a way to break Ukraine's will, okay? So this is very, very serious. We also had the Houthis take down an RQ-4 Global Hawk the other day. This is very serious too. Okay, we have the Houthis in possession of an RQ-4 Global Hawk. This is absolutely insane.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. لقد تم في صباح اليوم الأربعاء 29/5/2024 إسقاط طائرة أمريكية مسيرة في نقطة العلم من قبل أفراد اللواء الثاني حماية الطرق. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. لقد تم في صباح اليوم الأربعاء 29/5/2024 إسقاط طائرة أمريكية.
Wow, Carrie Edwards, thank you for the generous donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope you had a great weekend. Thank you very, very much. Carrie Edwards with a very generous donation. Thank you so much. Super kind. Really appreciate it. It's a Reaper drone? Okay, yeah, it doesn't matter either way. Yeah, it's a Reaper drone, so that's the one that's armed with weapons. What the hell did they shoot it down with? It looks like they might have brought it down with electronic warfare. They have, weapons that Iran gives them, and they can use electronic warfare to jam the guidance system and scramble their electronics, because these are electronic, these planes are all electronic. Everything is controlled by computers. So you don't necessarily have to shoot it down. You just mess with their electronics and you can bring them down that way. So now the Houthis are in possession of an American drone, and they could potentially give it to Iran, and Iran could reverse engineer it. So this is crazy, guys. This is just absolutely insane. God's soldiers, watchmen, good to see you. I saw you sent me some messages, God's soldiers, over the weekend. I'm sorry I didn't respond yet. I've just been so busy visiting family over the weekend. I literally had hardly any time to check my phone over the weekend because I wanted to maximize my time with my family because I don't see them that often. So don't take it personally if I didn't respond to anyone. Yeah, they used electronic warfare probably to take it down. That's most likely what they did. They used electronic warfare. We had Vladimir Putin warning about consequences of long-range strikes on Russia. I'm not sure if you guys saw this already or not. But Putin had some very strong words. This is coming out of RT. Kiev's Western backers need to understand that long-range strikes on Russian territory using weaponry they have supplied would represent a conflict escalation and lead to serious consequences, Russian President Vladimir Putin outlined on Tuesday. Speaking to reporters at the end of a two-day visit to Uzbekistan, Putin addressed recent Ukrainian demands for NATO to permit the use of its weapons to attack deep inside Russia, as well as comments by the U.S.-led bloc's head, Jens Stoltenberg. To be honest, I don't know what the NATO Secretary General is saying, Putin told reporters, adding that Stoltenberg did not suffer from any dementia when he worked constructively with Russia as the Prime Minister of Norway, basically saying that he's got dementia. Wow. This constant escalation can lead to serious consequences. If these serious consequences occur in Europe, how will the U.S. behave? Bearing in mind our parity in the field of strategic weapons, hard to say. Do they want a global conflict? Wow. Putin explained that long-range precision strikes require space reconnaissance assets, which Kiev does not have, but the U.S. does, and that this targeting is already done by highly qualified specialists from the West without Ukrainian participation. So these representatives of NATO countries, especially in Europe, especially in small countries, must be aware of what they are playing with, the Russian president said, noting that a lot of these countries have a small territory and a very dense population, basically threatening the Baltics and European countries. Putin told reporters that their colleagues in the West are ignoring Ukrainian attacks on Belgorod and other Russian regions along the border and only focusing on the Russian advance in Kharkov. So this is crazy, guys. I mean, things are really escalating here, okay? This is just absolutely insane. Ukraine is going to be getting Swedish AWACS planes, which are now going to allow Ukraine to be hooked into the NATO tactical communications link. Okay, these NATO AWACS planes are going to have the Link 16. The Swedish AWACS planes are going to have Link 16 in them, which is going to allow Ukraine to interface with NATO with these AWACS planes. Okay, Airborne Early Warning and Control. That's what AWACS stands for. Okay, these are our intelligence gathering planes and command and control planes for the battlefield. And they're going to be hooked into NATO's tactical communications link. So now Ukraine is going to get tactical information from NATO. Okay, so this is huge. It's a huge move by Sweden to do that, to give them those AWACS planes. Okay, so Aldo says it's a global hawk as the Reaper has a propeller. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you, Aldo. UK Storm Shadow missiles. Are you talking about against the Crimean bridge? I'm sure they probably used the combination of Storm Shadows and also the HIMARS. And speaking of Storm Shadow missiles, the German newspaper Bild reported that Ukraine has already used British Storm Shadow missiles on targets in Russia. Okay, so that's huge. And then we also heard that apparently Ukraine already used American Patriot missiles to launch on targets in Russian airspace. So yeah, it's coming, guys. Ukraine is going to start using NATO weapons, and they're going to start striking Russian targets in Russia with NATO weapons. And that's when we got to be on high alert for some kind of an escalation. Check this out, guys. We have this P-8 Poseidon out here off the coast of Florida, and it looks like it got aerially refueled. So pretty interesting. And the Doomsday plane is still off the flight tracker. It's somewhere over here near the Bering Sea. I'll keep an eye on it. Thank you, Camouflage Soldier 19. I appreciate that. I'm trying to do my best. Thank you very much. And thank you, Z Cali, Tiffany Hartman. Thanks to all the mods. Appreciate you guys. So I'm just going to check some updates here on the situation in Ukraine and see if there's any updates here. Let me go ahead and do that. EM, thank you for the donation, EM. I appreciate that. Hi, Greg. Thank you for what you do. Would you lead us in a short prayer? Oh, yeah, no problem. And thanks so much for the donation. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll just say the Lord's Prayer. Let me just mute the volume here from my EAMs. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. God, please watch over the United States of America. Please protect our country from the forces of evil, and please protect the innocent around the world. And I'm just going to quickly say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, guys, so we have some breaking news coming in. We have breaking news coming in from South Korea. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff said tonight that North Korea is currently conducting a GPS jamming attack near the northern limit line in the West Sea. Okay, so South Korea is saying that North Korea is conducting a GPS jamming attack, okay, near the West Sea. I don't know if that's related to their missile test. It possibly could be. Could be related to the missile test. They launched 10 ballistic missiles. Maybe they wanted to jam up everything before their missile launches. But major breaking news there. Again, unconfirmed reports that 2 Russian ships were sunk by the Ukrainians near the Kerch Bridge, the Crimean bridge. We are hearing that as many as 38 Chinese military aircraft and 4 Chinese Coast Guard ships and 7 Chinese Navy ships were detected operating around Taiwan. So that is a massive amount. 38 Chinese military planes flying around Taiwan. And we have the U.S. Indo-Pacific commander saying that China's recent military exercises around Taiwan looked like a rehearsal for an invasion. U.S. Indo-Pacific Commander Samuel Paparo told Nikkei, "We watched it, we took note, we learned from it, and they helped us prepare for the future." Okay, so strong words there from the Indo-Pacific commander of the U.S. military. So, yeah, China's preparing to attack Taiwan. This is huge news, guys. We know that as many as 10 Russian bombers were involved in the airstrikes on Crimea tonight, or on Ukraine tonight. Russia is now going to go into a total war mode. See here. Poland has announced that they're going to be creating a 200-meter buffer zone on the Belarus border. So that is huge news, guys. A 200-meter buffer zone. That's insane. Wow. So yeah, things are really getting serious there in Poland. See what else here. Iran's Tasnim news agency says that Iran has provided sea-launched ballistic missile Ghadr to Yemen's Houthi rebels. Okay, so Iran has provided sea-launched ballistic missiles to the Houthis. Not a good sign. Let me see if I can get this video for you of Putin calling for total war. Stand by. I'm going to try to get this up on the screen for you. Hold on one sec here. We had a fire at a Russian strategic missile force facility in Novo Alexandrovo in Vladimir, Russia. Okay, so the fire is believed to be at the 65th Communications Center facility, part of the 27th Guards Missile Division. So it looks like some kind of fire at a Russian nuclear missile base. Potentially another long-range radar could have been affected. Let me just play this video for you of Putin talking about everyone must prepare for war. Absolutely insane. And this translation was provided by Igor Sushko on Twitter. Igor Sushko, he did this translation. Great channel to follow, by the way. So let me just play this for you.
Все должны работать как на линии фронта.
Everyone must work as if on the front line.
Все должны чувствовать себя
Everyone must feel mobilized.
мобилизованными. И только так
Only this way will we achieve the goals we have set in front of us.
мы добьемся тех целей, которые перед собой ставим. В современных условиях
Any other way to work in these modern conditions is prohibited.
по-другому работать нельзя. Нужно наладить тесное сотрудничество всех органов власти.
It is necessary to establish close cooperation between all government bodies.
Исполнителей национальных проектов. Именно от этого
The executors of national projects, exactly this will determine the effectiveness of our work.
будет зависеть эффективность нашей работы. И только тогда мы добьемся целей,
And only then will we achieve the objectives we place in front of us, as I have already said,
которые ставим перед собой, как уже сказал, и которые нужны,
and which are necessary for the country. Okay, so he's basically telling Russians everybody should feel as if they are mobilized. We need the government bodies to work together, and that this war is necessary for the country, and the only way for Russia to achieve their goals is if they go into like a mobilization situation. Okay, so I think I think we're going to see potentially Putin mobilize massive amounts of Russians. I think we haven't really seen like massive mobilization yet, but I think it's coming depending on how things play out. I think he would have no issue mobilizing 5, 10, 20 million Russians if necessary. I mean, he basically thinks that Russia is in the same situation now as during World War II, Operation Barbarossa, when the Nazis were trying to invade Russia. He feels that he has to protect Russia from this NATO attack. And I want to remind you guys that during World War II, Russia lost 20 million Russians fighting the Nazis. Okay, Russia has no problem sending millions and millions of Russians to their deaths with little food, little equipment. You know, they don't fight the same way that we do here in the West. Okay, boots and night vision devices and things like that are irrelevant. Okay, they give them an AK-47 and they give them rags that they tie around their feet with rope, and that's their boots, and they send them off to the front. And you know, it's funny, it's you know, comical, but it works for them. And you know, don't underestimate the Russian war machine. Okay, and they've put their economy on a war footing. Their budget is now 30% for the military. 30% of their budget is going towards the military. That is insane, guys. 30% of their budget is going towards military. Okay, that's like Hitler levels in 1938 and 1939. Okay, Putin is preparing for massive moves. Okay, it's not going to stop in Ukraine. It's not going to be localized to Ukraine. It's going to spread to the Baltics, to Poland, to Scandinavia, Romania, Moldova. All these countries will be attacked, I believe.
Стране. Все должны работать как на линии фронта. Все должны чувствовать себя мобилизованными. И только так мы добьемся тех целей, которые перед собой ставим. В современных условиях по-другому работать нельзя. Нужно наладить тесное сотрудничество всех органов власти, исполнителей национальных проектов. Именно от этого будет зависеть эффективность нашей работы. И только тогда мы добьемся целей, которые ставим перед собой, как уже сказал, и которые нужны стране. Все должны работать как...
Yeah, he is an evil little man. I agree, Marie. I agree. Yeah, it's about to erupt worldwide, Amy. I agree with you on that. Everywhere. It's going to pop off all over the place. Thank you guys for all the donations tonight. I really appreciate it. Putin looks like Dr. Evil, but he is not funny and has no twin. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, look at his face here. I mean, he just, look at his eyes, you know. He looks like a demon, you know. He looks like a demon. Vera City says, I thought Putin was going to expire a year ago. Yeah, there's all kinds of propaganda on both sides of this war. You know, they always try to push some propaganda about Putin's about to die or Russia doesn't have weapons, and it's all just a bunch of BS. As you see, Russia is not running out of weapons. They have more weapons than NATO has now because they've went into a wartime production mode, and now China is going to help them out. So, you know, with China producing weapons for them, it's a very bad situation. So just going to check and see if there's any updates on the situation in Crimea, if there's any new reports coming in. We're hearing that Ukrainian air defense is active in the capital, Kiev. Russian missiles have probably already impacted Kiev or are flying over Kiev right now. The Chinese president Xi Jinping is calling for a Mid-East peace conference. Pretty interesting. But there is some kind of a GPS jamming attack going on in South Korea right now. Very interesting. We had a new bomber task force mission in Europe. We have several B-52s that are now in Europe as part of the bomber task force. They're going to be doing multiple so-called training exercises with NATO. So pretty interesting. Tamanrod 2017 says NYPrepper's range videos are therapeutic. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy them. I have a bunch of range videos to upload in the coming weeks, so stay tuned for those. A bunch of outdoors videos, truck videos, off-roading. Going to be doing some practice bug outs. Going to be scouting for bear season again this year. Lots of stuff to do. More 338 Lapua. Yeah, I have a lot more 338 Lapua videos that I have to upload. Hopefully I'll have them ready this weekend. Have I ever done 1K with the tungsten 338? I was going to do a video at 1,000 yards with the tungsten. The furthest I've gone out to is 500. I'm afraid to go to 1,000 simply because I don't have a lot of those tungsten bullets and I don't want to burn them up at 1,000 yards, because at 1,000 yards, it's easy to miss. All you need is a slight gust of wind, and so I haven't taken them out. I haven't done the long-range test with them, but I have no doubt that they can penetrate level 4 at 1,000 yards. Can I do videos on medical preps? Yeah, that's a good idea. Sure. I'm not a trained medic or anything like that. That's why I kind of stay away from medical stuff because according to YouTube's policies, you're not allowed to give medical advice. Plus, I don't want somebody to sue me if they take my advice and hurt themselves or something. But, simple medical preps, I mean, just keeping it really simple. Everybody should have some kind of a compression bandage in their first aid kit, like an Israeli bandage. It doesn't even have to be an Israeli bandage. You could just get like a ACE bandage, or what even works good too is like a knee wraps or elbow wraps, like for weightlifting. You get some of those, and then you get some gauze pads, and that could be your compression bandage. But an Israeli bandage is the best way to go. I like to keep some kind of a reusable compression wrap, like I said, like lifting knee wraps are really good. And then just have some sealed gauze pads, and then just put the gauze pad on your wound, and then wrap it with those lifting wraps, because those lifting wraps are really tight. I used to compete in powerlifting, so I would wear knee wraps, and those lifting wraps are so tight that they'll cut off circulation to your feet. Like if you wrap your knees too tight, it'll cut off circulation to your feet. I used to have that happen to me a lot when I would be doing squats. If I wrap my knees too tight, I would lose circulation. So, lifting wraps, you can get different lengths, keep some gauze pads, And, Israeli bandage is good to have, obviously, because you can also use that as a tourniquet. You can actually use Israeli bandages as tourniquets. And then obviously a tourniquet, get yourself a cat tourniquet and practice with it. Buy one for practicing and then buy one for whatever you need it for. Like if you're going to have a hiking pack or hiking gear or hunting gear, put one tourniquet in there. If you have a range bag, throw a tourniquet in there. But if you do have to use a tourniquet, you're in dire straits, If you're in a situation where you actually do have to use a tourniquet, it's a really bad situation. I think a lot of people, when it comes to prepping, they focus so much on the trauma stuff, like, tourniquets and, severe trauma situations where, if you're in that situation to begin with, you're screwed anyway, unless you're close to medical help. If you're 5 miles in the wilderness, you're 5 miles from a paved road or 10 miles from a paved road in hilly or mountainous terrain, and you have to apply a tourniquet to yourself, you are screwed, okay? The tourniquet may buy you some time, but realistically, there's no way you're going to get back to civilization with that tourniquet on. You're just going to die slower, basically. So it's not like a tourniquet is like a miracle thing. It's good to have, of course, but it's not like a miracle, like, oh, I have a tourniquet, now I can just, face the world, and, I'll be able to survive anything if I can apply a tourniquet. Sometimes it's the little things, like, what if you get bit by a rattlesnake? What are you going to do? What are you going to do in that situation? Your tourniquet's not going to help you. If you get bit by a rattlesnake, what if you have an allergic reaction and you're somewhere deep in the wilderness? What are you going to do then? Simple things like that people neglect because it's not as sexy, it's not as tactical, like having the tourniquet on the side of your rifle on your buttstock, or having the tourniquet pouch on your chest rig looks so cool and badass. But really, how many times are you going to actually use a tourniquet unless you're in a war situation? If you're on the front lines, then yeah, of course, you got to have that. But as a civilian, as a prepper, you're not on the front lines anywhere, okay? Where are you that you need to use a tourniquet all the time and have, it's good to have, but I think people just put too much focus on that and they neglect smaller things like good footwear. Like if you're in the wilderness and you twist your ankle and you're 5-10 miles away and it's winter time, a simple thing like a twisted ankle could cause a lot of problems. You could get stuck overnight, you could get hypothermia, you could get frostbite just because you stepped into a hole and you twisted your ankle and now you can't walk. Or you fall down a cliff or something and you break a bone and you're stuck there. People don't think about that because it's not sexy, it's not badass. But that is more likely to happen than getting shot, How many people get shot? It's not like everybody out there is getting shot all the time and you need to put a hyphen chest seal on you every single day, So... if you want to do that kind of stuff, join the military. If you want to apply chest seals and you want to use tourniquets, then join the military, become a combat medic and, knock yourself out. But, for civilians, it's a lot of times the smaller things that gets you into trouble. Staying out too late, not having proper clothing, not having proper footwear. Simple things like that can cause a lot of problems. Getting bit by a rattlesnake. These are things that people neglect because it's not as sexy, it's not as tactical. Do you have recovery equipment in your vehicles? If you go into the wilderness, you have, let's say a vehicle for off-roading or something. Do you have a way to get unstuck if your vehicle gets stuck? Because that could be another way that you end up in a situation that could threaten your life. If you're many miles back in the wilderness and you get stuck in mud or you get stuck in snow, it's cold outside and you're in the middle of nowhere and you don't have proper food and stuff like that. So the smaller things are important to think about too, not just the tactical badass stuff, which in most situations you're not going to use. Okay, how many of you guys out there have ever had to put a tourniquet on yourself in your entire life? I guarantee you 99% of people out there have not had to use a tourniquet on themselves. It's good to know how to use, but there's a lot of smaller things that can cause problems. What about infections? A simple thing like an infection, you could, let's say, be bugging out and let's say, I don't know, you cut yourself and somehow that wound gets infected. That could be life-threatening. Is a tourniquet going to help you then? No. What are you going to do in that situation, So just simple stuff like that. Yeah, like a change of socks. I mean, even something as simple as a change of socks can be a huge thing, or proper footwear so you don't get trench foot or frostbite. Trench foot is a real concern in a bug out situation. If you're, hiking in the wilderness and it's wet, you can get trench foot. And there's just all kinds of things that people neglect because they just focus on the sexy, tactical stuff. So I'm going to just check and see if there's any updates here on the situation with the Crimean bridge. We do have this combat Sentinel plane airborne in the Yellow Sea and the East China Sea tonight. It's pretty interesting. But that's pretty much the latest breaking news. That's the main news that I have. I'm going to just monitor everything for you for a little while and see what happens here. But, things are really spiraling out of control. So, make sure you're preparing as best as you can. We're running out of time to prepare. We could wake up tomorrow to a major conflict in Europe. Right, Peggy McGuire, prevent a problem before it becomes one. Exactly. Prevent a problem before it becomes one. Yeah, wool socks are great. God is my hero. I was a medic and didn't even do it a handful of times. Yeah, I'm listening to the emergency action messages and they are unusually quiet tonight. So I'm not sure what's going on. Sometimes the emergency action messages are not received properly depending on where the station is and stuff, depending on where they're broadcasting from. Looks like we have another constant Phoenix that took off. Another nuke sniffer took off from Offutt Air Base. Yeah, look, we have another nuke sniffer in the air tonight. Or today. That's pretty interesting. Still have this nuclear war command and control plane in the air right now. Looks like it's about to land at Tinker Air Force Base. Oh, here we have the RC-135 crossing the Bering Sea now. This is the one that was flying with the presidential doomsday plane. So we'll have to wait and see where the doomsday plane pops up, but it looks like it could be going to Japan or maybe South Korea. Very strange for a doomsday plane to fly to Asia. That doomsday plane should be popping up very soon. And we did have a combat sentinel fly into this area here. The East China Sea. So we're going to monitor this. We have another aerial refueler taking off from Elmendorf now. Look at this. Wow. It's pretty interesting. Wow, check that out, guys. Aerial refueler taking off from Elmendorf now after that doomsday plane and RC-135. Pretty interesting. Looks like the doomsday plane may be flying with its transponder off. So I am working on setting up a receiver station here at the compound. For emergency action messages. Oh, here's the doomsday plane. Yeah, so here's the doomsday plane flying very close to the Kamchatka Peninsula. Look at that, guys. Wow, very close. Look at that. This is Kamchatka over here. Wow. Just want to mention again about the 10 subs off the U.S. East Coast. That is unconfirmed at this point. It could most likely be fake news, unless it's Russian attack subs. But I can't see why Russia would send 10 attack subs off the coast of the U.S. But I guess anything is possible. Looks like we lost the doomsday plane here. Damn it. It just went off the flight tracker. Yeah, the doomsday plane just went off the flight tracker. That's weird. It looks like they're heading towards Japan, possibly. Very interesting. Is it just me, or is Greg's voice lower than normal? It could be. It could be a little bit lower. I have the radio turned up a little high, so let me lower. Let me lower that actually. Ross says 5x5. Okay. Thank you, Ross. Appreciate it. Thanks for all your help. So we do have the EAMs going on right now, so we'll hear any EAMs coming in. It's just really strange, but I do expect the EAMs to start popping off soon. With all this activity we're seeing, I think we're going to see them start to pop off. Grimfall Project says, waiting for you to go live today was like waiting for a movie to play in the cinema, having to watch all the commercials and trailers before the main event. Oh, thank you, Grimfall. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was away this past weekend. I visited some family, so I couldn't go live. Obviously, it's Memorial Day weekend. But there's definitely going to be a lot of live streams coming in the near future with all this stuff going on. We got to check up on the weather now too. Let's see if there's any tornadoes and check. Let's do a quick weather check while we wait for more information to come in about Crimea. Let's do a quick weather check here. We do have an update from the Institute for the Study of War. The Institute for the Study of War is saying that the Russian forces have advanced in Kharkiv and also in Chasiv Yar and Avdiivka. Okay, so Russia making gains in multiple areas, so not good. They advanced in Crimea, Chasiv Yar, and Avdiivka area. They're getting very close to Chasiv Yar now. So yeah, Ukraine is in dire straits. Very concerning, though, guys. This doomsday plane going to Asia now. Very concerning. Especially when you look at everything that's been happening the last few days with China. Advisor to the head of the Ukrainian president's office, Mikhailo Podolyak, stated that U.S.-provided military aid has started arriving on the front line, but that it will take weeks for the gradual increase in U.S.-provided military aid to reach critical volumes. Okay, so they're trickling in the equipment, just barely giving Ukraine what they need, essentially. It's slowly trickling in. But, yeah, Russia is making gains all along the front line. So let me see if I can share the latest map with you guys here. Show you some of the latest advances. So let's just check the map here. So yeah, Russia's making small gains here in Kharkiv. You can see how close they are to the city. So let's just go back a couple days and see what kind of gains they made over the weekend here. Well, this map's not really showing anything here. You can see how much land they've taken. Here's the city. I mean, they've taken a big piece of land, 86 square kilometers, 87 square kilometers, so almost 200 square kilometers they've conquered. So looks like the only reason that a presidential doomsday plane would be outside of the U.S. would be for the Secretary of Defense to be on board and maintain Title 10 command and control. So looks like potentially the Secretary of Defense is on this doomsday plane, and he's going to Asia because of everything going on over there. So Russia is continuing to make gains here near Donetsk. Let me just show you guys what they've been doing here. I mean, just lots and lots of gains near Donetsk. I mean, let's just go back to, you know, like last couple of days. So since the 24th, just keep your eye here on this red area, and you can see how it just grows a little bit each day. Look at that. That is just insane. I mean, we can go back even more. Let's go back like to the first. And then let's see if we can play this here. So this is from the 1st of May near Donetsk. You can see the front line here, how it just slowly pushes west. what's going on. Looks like it froze. Maybe they don't want to see how bad the situation is. They don't want people to see. That sucks. Looks like it froze. But anyway, they're making breakthroughs here near Donetsk. They're advancing near Donetsk. They're really pushing out over here near Ocheretne. Look at that. They're pushing out in this area here. And I don't think Ukrainian forces are particularly, densely massed in this area. So should be pretty easy for Russia to advance. So yeah, it looks like the only time that a presidential doomsday plane would go outside of the U.S. is to maintain Title 10 for the Secretary of Defense, legal authority, legally assigned for authority, direction, and control of DoD and subordinate agencies and commands. So it looks like the Secretary of Defense is going to Asia on that doomsday plane for some serious reason, probably because of everything going on over there the last couple of weeks, or past couple of days, I mean. Still have this nuke sniffer up in the air over Offutt Air Base. That's pretty strange. Second one in the air today. So it's very likely that the U.S. Secretary of Defense is on that doomsday plane. Very likely, which means that something is brewing over there, because the Secretary of Defense has a very important job. The Secretary of Defense confirms nuclear strikes. So if the president wanted to order a nuclear strike or some kind of strategic attack, then the Secretary of Defense confirms it. So, what's going on, Linda Oliver? We need to pray. Yes, we do need to pray as much as possible. JP says, I'm dreading the day we wake up to everyone reporting a mushroom cloud over a major city. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to even happen that way. It's the way it's going to happen is that there's not going to be any reports of a mushroom cloud. It's just going to happen all across the country. Everything's going to go dark, no electricity, no internet, no TV, and it's just going to be a monstrous attack with thousands of warheads. So the only thing we're going to hear is our phones going like crazy with the emergency alerts on our phones. Our phones are going to tell us that there's missiles coming. And that's it. We're not going to see anything on CNN. CNN and all these stations are probably going to get obliterated in the attack. So, didn't he have surgery this week? I'm not sure if he had surgery. I know he had it a while ago, but pretty serious for the Secretary of Defense to go to Asia. Grimfall says, wouldn't they have EMP countermeasures in place if anything like that happened? What kind of EMP countermeasures for who? Who would have the countermeasures? Are you talking about the doomsday plane or something else? Rodney Middleton says we won't get notified down here, only the useless prime minister. Yeah, that's very true. I'm sure. Yeah, seriously doubt the government would even warn us. Yeah, that's true. They may not. What's going on, Kate of Buckingham? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Jericho from 2005. That was a really good TV show. Highly recommend you guys watch Jericho if you've never seen it before. Very good show. They only made like 2 seasons of it, I believe. But highly recommend Jericho. Great show on CBS. So, Secretary of Defense most likely going to Asia. That is a very serious red flag. That means that something could go down over there soon. And they want the Secretary of Defense right there to manage the whole situation. So... Wow, Kate of Buckingham, thank you so much for that kind donation. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you so much. That is just absolutely insane. Thank you. I can't believe it. That's very, very generous of you. And I hope everything's going well with you. I'm just speechless by that donation. I don't know what to say, but thank you, thank you, thank you. I know people work hard for their money, so thank you so much. That's just really kind of you, and I hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend, and I hope everything's going well. Yeah, that was really kind. Lots of kind people here tonight. Thank you guys so much. Kate says, Greg definitely has a handle on the situation. It's so identical to my own viewpoint. It's cray-cray. That's funny. It's cray-cray. I haven't heard that in a little while. That's a funny term. Yeah, we do agree a lot, Kate. That's true. We do agree a lot. Thank you so much. Peggy McGuire says, we sure do love you, Greg. Oh, thank you so much, Peggy. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we have to wait and see what the damage assessment is, but we're hearing that there were multiple kabooms in Crimea tonight. Potentially 2 Russian warships may have been sunk. And multiple kabooms reported near the Crimean bridge. Jericho Season 3 is called Civil War. I'll have to check it out. I didn't know there was a Season 3. I thought it was only 2, but maybe there were 3 seasons. Amanda says we wouldn't know much without this channel. Oh, thank you. Really appreciate that. Very nice of you to say. Thank you so much. Grimfall says EMP countermeasures. I mean the North American infrastructure. Yeah, there's not much protection for our infrastructure. So... Season 3 and 4 are graphic novels. Okay. Yeah, there's not much protection for our infrastructure as far as EMP goes. Yeah, there's no protection. So, unfortunately, our power companies and our government are too cheap. So, because of their greed, we're all going to have to suffer, unfortunately. but that's just the truth. Tiffany Hartman says Greg is the best. Wow, thank you. That is so kind of you, Tiffany. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great Memorial Day. Let me just check and see if there's any updates here on Crimea. No updates on Crimea. It's pretty quiet now all of a sudden. That's really weird. Very strange. And there was an RQ-4 Global Hawk in the Black Sea earlier this evening, and so that makes sense. All of a sudden, there's a strike on Crimea after this Global Hawk was in the Black Sea for hours. And North Korea did test 10 ballistic missiles. Okay. Huge news, guys. So North Korea launching 10 ballistic missiles, guys. That is just insane. Let's do a quick weather check here, see what's going on with the weather before we check some of the other war news. Just check some of the weather here. Yeah, so the NOAA has a moderate geomagnetic storm potentially for Friday. G2 moderate storms over Auroras may be visible over the northern and upper Midwest states from New York to Ohio. So there you have it. G2 moderate storms on May 31st through the 1st of June. Z Cali says, don't buy the tactical overpriced stuff. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of pitfalls out there. If you spend, you can easily spend a lot of money on a lot of crap that you don't need. So, good point, Z Cali. Yeah, if you do your research and you buy the really important stuff, you'll save money in the long run. Unusually quiet for emergency action messages tonight. Smoking Swamp Outdoors, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Z Cali says I get unsubscribed from Greg every single day. Won't allow me to resubscribe. Happening with other channels I frequently watch too. Yeah, that's been like an ongoing thing for years, is this unsubscribing situation where people just get randomly unsubscribed. I know that YouTube does that sometimes to remove spam accounts, but can't see how a regular viewer would be a spam account. But yeah, YouTube, we have a strong radio blackout right now. Or I'm sorry, Friday into, looks like Friday into Saturday we'll have a strong radio blackout. So let's just check some weather. It looks like we have some frost advisories in the northern Great Lakes tonight. It's interesting. Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Frost advisories, low of 38 degrees in Marquette. Actually, they're showing 32 even tonight. In the Upper Peninsula. Wow. We're going to be transitioning into a La Nina, which means we're going to have some cold air this winter. Let's just see the latest El Nino Southern Oscillation forecast. Where is that? Yes, above average hurricane season. That's correct. Above average hurricane season. Z Cali says if you're going to store gas, make sure you thoroughly research how to do so safely. Yeah, storing gas is definitely dangerous as long as it's tightly sealed and it doesn't get too hot. Like if you're going to store it in your garage and your garage gets hot, make sure you periodically ventilate the gas container to let the gas fumes out so it doesn't build up pressure and blow up. See, I'm trying to find, where is that? Here we go. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. You can actually see the El Nino building over here in this animation loop. You can see this blue color here building along the equator. That's below average sea surface temperatures. So we are heading into a La Nina. So La Ninas always cause very cold winters and strong hurricane seasons and Arctic outbreaks. So get prepared for the winter, guys, because we're going to have a strong winter. Let's just see the latest expert discussion. So they're giving a 69% chance that a La Nina will develop from July through September. 69% chance July through September. So the El Nino is already starting. You can actually see in these pictures here of the sea surface temperature anomalies, you can see the line graph going down and then some blue colors here indicating below average sea surface temperatures along the equator. So this could be huge, guys. This could be huge. We'll have to wait and see how strong this La Nina is. But if it's a strong one, we're going to have a lot of snow, a lot of cold, strong hurricanes that are going to hit the eastern seaboard. So get prepared. Yeah, brief recap is that Russia launched missiles at Ukraine tonight, but the big story is that Ukraine struck the Kerch area of Crimea, which is where the Crimean bridge is located at. And we're hearing that potentially 2 Russian subs may have been damaged and or sunk. Potentially the Crimean bridge may have been hit. We're hearing of dozens of kabooms being reported. We have a presidential doomsday plane heading towards Asia. Someone said that the Secretary of Defense is going to Cambodia. Interesting. I didn't know that. That's an unusual place for the Secretary of Defense to go to Cambodia. That's really strange. And North Korea fired 10 ballistic missiles this evening. We have a nuke sniffer plane in the air right now. We have nuclear war command and control planes in the air. So we have a lot of stuff going on. Benito Quavito, thank you for the donation. Any news on banks and stock markets? Heard the Trump trial has a connection to all that, possibly by multiple channels. I'll have to check up on the stock market. I don't really follow the stock market because it's a bunch of BS and it's all artificially inflated. So I don't even follow it anymore. We have confirmation that Poland is going to allow Ukraine to use Polish weapons to strike Russian territory. We have the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, signaling that the U.S. may allow Ukraine to use American weapons to strike Russian territory soon. We have Poland saying that they're going to be building a 200-meter buffer zone along their border with Belarus. So, yeah, a lot of stuff going on. And here's some of the models. Let me show you guys some of the models here for the La Nina. They're actually predicting a pretty strong La Nina. Look at that. So you see this model here? They have this thing going all the way down to a -1, almost a -1.5. A lot of models are showing a very strong La Nina. Okay, so that means we're going to have a cold winter with lots of snow and Arctic outbreaks. Expect to see freak blizzards in places like Western Europe and the UK and the Middle Atlantic states. If you remember Snowmageddon in DC, when they got like 2 feet of snow in DC, that was during a La Nina winter. That same winter, I believe it was that winter or the winter after, we had the massive blizzards across Europe. In Britain, they had like 3 feet of snow and had to shut down the airports there. In London, they had like 3 feet of snow in like 2010 or something. But so that's something to prepare for. Someone said the Secretary of Defense is going to Cambodia. That's pretty interesting. I don't know how true that is. I haven't verified that, but someone in the chat said that the Secretary of Defense is going to Cambodia. I'll have to verify that. What's going on, Vanessa? Thanks for returning. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about Cambodia. It looks like he may be going to Singapore. Oh yeah, he's going to Singapore. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin will reassure Asian allies that Washington is committed to help the region counter China, even as experts say the administration is focused on Israel's war in Gaza and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Austin, who will be in Singapore for the annual Shangri-La Dialogue Security meeting this week, and then briefly in Cambodia, will also seek to cool tensions with China. So the Secretary of Defense is going to Singapore and a little bit of time in Cambodia. Interesting. So, interesting. Calio Greenbird, thank you for the donation. Greetings from Maine. It's absolutely mind-blowing how much is going on, and none of it is being covered at all. Just more proof they will never tell us when the balloon pops. Thanks for keeping us up to date. Yeah, they're never going to say when the balloon pops. Definitely not. We have NATO. We have a NATO data transmission going on right now over one of the U.S. nuclear war frequencies. Let me play that for you. I'm going to shut that off in a sec. Sorry, that's annoying. So that's a NATO encrypted Stanag message. Okay, NATO encrypted messages going out on U.S. nuclear war frequencies. So that's pretty concerning, actually. Yeah, AOL, you've got mail. Yeah, I remember that. AOL. Good times. Dial-up internet, 56K. Yeah, I remember that. Amy King says, went to a rave years ago. Sounded something like that. That's funny. Yeah, AOL. Man. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, it would say, welcome. You've got mail. So pretty interesting. That's a NATO encrypted message there. So that's pretty concerning. The guy who did the voice is a nice Uber driver today. He is pretty cool. Oh, you mean the AOL voice? Yeah, the AOL voice is just epic. I mean, that defined an entire generation. The AOL voice. It was impossible to get online at 6 p.m. in the AOL years. Yeah. Yeah, AOL was awesome. And then they came out with all the free internet, like Net Zero and Alta Vista, and they put AOL out of business, basically, because people were getting free internet with Net Zero and stuff like that. Oh, that's pretty interesting, Aldo. Thanks for that information. It's interesting. Yeah, I know a lot of people still have AOL emails. Yeah. I know people still have AOL emails. It's funny. There's still AOL.com is still, there's still, you can still go to AOL.com. They're still active. But yeah, we have multiple countries now saying that they would allow Ukraine to strike Russia with their weapons. So things are escalating slowly, day by day. Or actually, quickly, day by day, not slowly. I remember when everyone had AOL email, says Lee Billy. Yeah, I remember that too. Those were the good old days. Yeah, Earthlink was another one. Earthlink, yep. Earthlink. Yeah, those were classic times. Remember the Apple Macintosh computers when they first came out? Oregon Trail. I remember playing Oregon Trail in grade school on the Apple Macintosh. They put them in our school, in our classrooms. We had Apple Macintoshes with the floppy disks. I remember putting the floppy disk into the computer, and it made like that really positive sound when it would suck the disk in, and it would suck the disk in, and it would like make like a very solid sound. I still remember that. The floppy disks were like the best. Those little floppy disks, and you'd have to write on the top of the floppy disk. There was like a little section where you could write on the disk what it was you had on there. Yeah, those were the good old days. Yeah. Just the giant computers, like you had those big massive computers, Brandon Helsley, thank you for the donation. How does Ukraine's drones work over Russian land? That's a good question. I mean, they fly very low to the ground, so they avoid Russian radars. So that's really the main way that they avoid the Russian radars and getting shot down, is just by flying very low. They basically become like a cruise missile at that point. Yeah, CompuServe. You guys remember Compaq computers? Compaq, those were great computers back in the day. I remember when they used to advertise like Intel and Pentium 2 processors were like the big thing back then. Like if you had a Pentium processor, it was like revolutionary. Like, oh my gosh, you have a Pentium processor. Your computer is so fast you can play, video games on it and stuff. It was like Intel Pentium. Yeah, GeoCities. Oh yeah, GeoCities, yeah. Oh yeah, GeoCities. Yeah, Gateway. Yeah, sure, Gateway, yep. Gateway, yeah. Yeah. Classic times. Night Gamer says, "Get off the phone. I need to use the computer." Yeah, that's true. You couldn't use the internet and speak on the phone at the same time because cell phones weren't even around back then. So you had to use the dial-up internet or your landline to. Yeah, those were the best times. As much as I like my cell phone and everything, I wouldn't mind going back to those days at all. I would trade in my cell phone and my laptop and all this technology to go back to those days. I don't care. I would give it all up to go back in time to those days because they were just so much better. Even though we had less technology, but it was like, I don't know. I just feel like society was, people actually interacted back then. Now people just call or text, or do Zoom calls. You know, back then you'd actually have to meet with people in person and stuff like that. Yeah, you spend more time outside, right? Exactly. Yeah, you spend a lot more time outside rather than just sitting indoors all the time. Yep. Yeah, Sega Genesis. Yep. I had a Sega Genesis. 1980s was the best of times. Yeah, 1980s, 1990s. I really enjoyed those years. I wasn't around for the 70s, but Peggy says I miss the interaction with people and doing hobbies. Yeah, same here. I mean, I miss just like simple things like, you know, riding bikes, you know, with my friends, or, you know, throwing a baseball around at the local park, you know. People don't even do that anymore. You know, it's really sad. Kids especially don't do that anymore because there's so much technology now. Neighborhood barbecues, yeah, those are good too. Yeah, back when neighbors would actually talk to each other, and yeah. Tiffany says I had my own phone line. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I thought I was the coolest thing ever. Yeah. I remember that too. It's too dangerous for kids to play outside now. Yeah, that's very true. It is. You're right. It is too dangerous. Yeah, I agree with you, Patriot Independence. You're right. You don't have to worry about any on any kind of surprises there. Yeah. Someone said Ukraine took down the Kerch Bridge. That would be huge. We do know that there were kabooms near the Kerch Bridge, but we don't know for sure if they took it down yet. We're hearing that potentially 2 Russian warships may have been sunk. Second round is in progress. Yes, Titan, I just responded to you on Twitter. Are you talking about a second round of strikes? That's funny, Z Cali. I'm not even going to respond to that. How long have I been live? 2.5 hours. Okay, Titan Intel. So you're saying that Ukraine is launching more strikes on the Kerch Bridge? Is that what you're saying? That wouldn't surprise me, honestly. I mean, they took down 2 radars. They didn't take it down for nothing. They didn't take them down for nothing, so... Okay, thank you, Pamela. I appreciate it. So, looks like NATO is gonna allow Ukraine to use their weapons on Russian targets in Russia. I think that's gonna come very soon, if not already. So it looks like there's another round of strikes ongoing in Ukraine, in Crimea right now. Another round of strikes ongoing right now. I'm going to see if I can't get some cameras up. Stand by. I'm going to try to get some cameras up here. One second. We have these aerial refuelers over Alabama, which is interesting. And we have the E6 over here. I'm going to see if I can't get some cameras going. Z Cali said I had a Mongoose. Oh yeah, Mongoose, yeah. Those are good bikes, Mongoose. Yep. Mongoose bikes were awesome. What's going on, Sabrina? Good to see you. Sabrina G. Hope you're doing well. So we have a second round of Ukrainian strikes on Crimea right now, apparently. According to a good source, another round of strikes on Crimea. Yeah, I miss the 90s. I think the 90s were the best. At least for me, they were. The 90s was most of my childhood, so I loved the 90s were just amazing. I mean, you had all the classic movies. I mean, all the best movies, all the best music. You had the gangster rap era. You had the the rock era. You had all the action movies with Schwarzenegger and Stallone and Van Damme and Chuck Norris. All these classic movies, those are the best times. All the best TV shows in that time. So many good TV shows. Lots of good TV shows, cartoons, Saturday morning cartoons. You remember those? Saturday morning cartoons were the best. Oh, Jenko jeans. Yeah, Jenko jeans. I remember those too. I remember those baggy jeans were the big thing. Jenko jeans. Oh my gosh. Wow. You guys remember Pogs? Pogs were like those round cardboard things. They were like a lot of money and you would like play games with them. Pogs. Those are classic times. Magic the Gathering. Magic cards. Corn. Oh, you mean Corn, the band? Yeah, I remember Corn. Yeah, Linkin Park. Sure. Yeah, Jenner was still a dude. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. I wonder sometimes if Jenner did that all just for, you know, cheap way to make money. You know, just faked it just to make money and publicity. Basically a publicity stunt. That whole thing, you know. I wonder sometimes if it's not just a big publicity stunt. So we got some cameras here from Russia and Poland. Bottom two cameras are Russia. Top left is Poland's Suwałki Gap, and top right is the flight tracker. Bottom right is Kaliningrad. Bottom left is Peskov, which is a Russian city near Estonia. The bottom left is Lenin Square in Peskov. And then top left is the Suwałki Gap in Poland. Yeah, Napster. I remember Napster, sure. Yeah, I remember Napster. Just checking to see if there's any updates here on Crimea. Yeah, looks like vehicle traffic is now blocked again on the Crimean bridge. So some kabooms in Crimea. Very serious. We have a warehouse on fire in Moscow. Just checking for updates here. Looks like Russia tried to hit one of the air bases in western Ukraine in Staro-Kostiantiniv Air Base in Khmelnytsky. Looks like Russia tried to hit it again and they missed. Just checking to see if there's any updates here on any damage. Yeah, it looks like another round of strikes on Crimea. We're going to keep an eye on it, see what's going on. There was a Polish soldier that was attacked on the Ukrainian border, on the Belarus border by a migrant in Belarus. I didn't report on that in my videos, but there was a migrant that threw like a knife at the Polish soldier. Russia is now constructing hangars in anticipation of deep strikes by Ukraine. The Marinovka airfield is 300 kilometers from Ukraine and home to Sukhoi 24 and Sukhoi 34 Striker bombers. So this is interesting. Russia is already preparing for these deep strikes by Ukraine. They're building special hangars that are resistant to missile and drone attacks to protect some of their important fighter jets. And we got to keep an eye out for this solar storm, which could hit us later this week. And potentially that sunspot rotating around and hitting us again. So we got to keep an eye out for that. Someone said they had a pet rock. Oh, what are those things? What is it? The chia pets. You remember the chia pets where you'd water it and it would grow? And they had the chia. You remember that? Chia. Those are awesome. Chia pets. They still make them. They have all kinds of different people. They have Willie Nelson chia pet. They have Pee Wee Herman. Oh my gosh. Oscar the Grouch. Joe Biden has a chia pet. That's funny. Wow. Good night, Rodney Middleton. Thanks for moderating. And I'll see you soon. Tiffany says chia. Yeah, they had the grass hair. Exactly. That's right. More fun than a pillow fight. Yes. What is that from? I'm trying to remember. You guys remember Power Rangers? You know, it's funny, the other day on my TV, they suggested Power Rangers to me. I guess because they must know my age or something, and they suggested Power Rangers to me, and I watched it. I watched like probably 5 or 6 episodes, and it just all came back. You know what's sad though? You guys remember the Green Ranger? The Green Ranger, actually, he died in real life. He had some like depression issues or something. I don't know if he overdosed or some kind of suicide, but he had like a mental illness. The Green Ranger, he died pretty young, like only in his 40s, I think. Pretty sad. My daughter dated one of the Power Rangers. That's funny. A Pink Ranger. Yeah, when MTV played music videos, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Good old days. Hungry Hungry Hippo, yep. Hungry Hungry Hippo. That was awesome. The Yellow Ranger died too. Yep, that's right. Yellow Ranger died too. Samantha Gross says, I love the Green Ranger, had a crush on him, sad he died. Yeah, he was actually a real martial artist in real life. The Green Ranger was a very accomplished martial artist. He knew like multiple arts. He mastered like multiple arts. Titan Intel says Crossfire. Oh man, yeah, Crossfire. Crossfire was so good. Crossfire, man. Remember Battleship? Yeah, those are some good times. And all the different board games like Risk and Stratego, and obviously Monopoly and all those other ones. Sesame Street. Oh yeah, Rock'em Sock'em, yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. Captain Planet, yes. I used to watch that show. Captain Planet, yeah. Man. How about like the cartoons were awesome in the 90s, like the X-Men animated show on Saturday mornings was, I think, one of the best comic cartoons ever. The X-Men show, and then they had Spider-Man and Batman and all the different Marvel characters had their own shows. Yeah, those animated shows were amazing. They were so good. They did such a good job with those. Yeah, Gargoyles. Gargoyles was awesome. You guys remember Mighty Max? Mighty Max was really cool. It was a kid with the hat, and the hat would like open portals, and he would like go back in time. Mighty Max. Twilight Zone. Captain Kangaroo. Battlestar Galactica. Remember when Cartoon Network had good shows? Yeah, I remember Cartoon Network, sure. Nickelodeon, Beetlejuice. Bill Nye the Science Guy. He had a good show, and then now he turned into a crazy guy. I can't watch him anymore. Yeah, Stargate, the Gremlins. Speed Racer, Goonies. So we have this factory on fire in Moscow. Multi-story factory on fire. Wow. Big factory on fire. I'm looking for any updates on Crimea right now. I'm very concerned about that. We're hearing that there were more kabooms just a few minutes ago in Crimea. We're hearing that a ferry was damaged. Breaking news coming in. Apparently a road and railway ferry was damaged in the Kerch, according to Russian sources. Hearing that a ferry was damaged, but waiting to see if the bridge was destroyed or not. We're hearing that a ferry was damaged right now in Crimea. Possibly 2 Russian warships. We're going to find out soon. the extent of the damage. We're hearing that potentially Kadyrov may have arrived in Belarus. Kadyrov, the leader of Chechnya. We do know that Kadyrov is dying, and he has some kind of, I think, pancreatic cancer. Kadyrov. Wow, the Hungarian foreign minister flew to Belarus to meet with the Belarusian foreign minister. Wow. That is just insane, guys. That's crazy. The Hungarian foreign minister flew to Belarus to meet with the Belarusian foreign minister. That's not good. Looks like Belarus is doing some kind of Air Force drills now. The second day of Air Force drills in Belarus has concluded. So that's not a good sign. Belarus doing Air Force drills. And this comes right after the president of Belarus pulled out of the Conventional Forces Europe Treaty. A working meeting of the Belarusian and Russian defense ministers took place in Belarus, in Minsk. The parties discussed topical issues of bilateral military technical cooperation. Wow. So the Minister of Defense of Russia flew to Belarus and met with the Minister of Defense of Belarus. So that was on Sunday, I think, or Saturday. Wow. That's not good. Legend of Zelda. Yeah, Zelda was a really good game. Zelda, yeah, that's a classic, Zelda. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah, these are all just classic games. Yeah, I'm going to be setting up an antenna to listen to the EAMs, emergency action messages. I'm going to be setting up a antenna and a receiver station here. So that's going to be pretty cool. So we'll have a very reliable source to monitor the nuclear forces here. Tiffany says something about Pennsylvania. The Incredible Hulk show. Yeah, that was a good show. Billy Mays, OxyClean. Yeah, he died of like a cocaine overdose, I think. Billy Mays. Remember to make water an important prep. Yeah, water is very important. Make sure you have a renewable water source, either rainwater or a local stream or something similar, pond. Make sure you have a way of purifying and treating the water, carrying it, moving it around. Get some water jugs so you can, if you have to refill water, carry it somewhere. It's good to have some jugs. How much does an entire radio set cost to listen to the frequencies? It's pretty expensive. It's not just the radio set. You gotta set up the antenna and the power supply, and it can cost, you know, a couple thousand, depending on how crazy you get. Probably 1,000 to 2,000 for just a basic setup, which is what I'm going for. Ashley Eve says Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yeah, that was a classic show, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Tiffany says they still have drive-in movie theaters in Pennsylvania. Oh yeah, Pennsylvania has a lot of cool stuff that no longer exists. Yep, it's true. Rural Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's like going back in time. It's one thing I like about PA. Is it safe to store bottled water from the store? Yeah, definitely. Charmed. Yeah, Charmed. That was a cool show. That was the 2000s. Baywatch. Remember Baywatch? Baywatch with Pamela Anderson. That was crazy, that show. Knight Rider. That was more 80s, though. I think Knight Rider was more 80s. Yeah, I mean, I've bought water from the store and drank it a year or 2 years later, and I didn't have any issues. So, New York still has drive-in movie theaters. Yeah, I think there used to be one near me in the Hudson Valley. They had one in Hyde Park. I don't know if it's still operational or not. They had one in Hyde Park near the FDR's house. They were continuing Buffy as a comic book series. You guys remember Walker, Texas Ranger? That was probably one of my all-time favorite shows. Walker, Texas Ranger. Tiffany says all the guys had posters of Pamela Anderson. Same with Carmen Electra. Yeah, that's true. Z. Cali says the one in Warwick still has one. Oh, I didn't know that about Warwick. But they still have a drive-in theater. I'm sure a lot of states have drive-in theaters still. Conan O'Brien. Wow, we're really getting on this nostalgic chat here. Getting really nostalgic, going back in time. Blockbuster, oh yeah, Blockbuster, yeah. Starship Troopers. Chuck Norris was fairly young in Walker. Yeah, he was. Chuck Norris was the man. That's true, Sabrina. Just checking some news here, see if there's any updates on anything. Wow. Looks like this Greek ship got hit pretty hard by the Houthis. Wow. This Greek ship got hit really hard. Insane. Houthis are still at it. NYPD Blue, yeah, that was a great show. NYPD Blue, classic show. That was a classic. Let's just see if there's any new flights here. Yeah, so the Doomsday plane is now near Japan. So now we know why the Doomsday plane is up. It's because it's because they are. The Secretary of Defense is going to Asia. Yeah, Xena, Warrior Princess, and Hercules, The Legendary Journeys. Yeah, those were classics. I used to watch them every Saturday afternoon is when they would have Hercules and Xena. Yeah, those were good shows. I miss those shows. Awesome shows. Conan, the Barbarian, Tombstone. Cops, yeah, Cops and America's Most Wanted used to be on every Saturday night. I don't know if they're still on anymore. Cops and America's Most Wanted. Airwolf, yeah, Airwolf, that's a classic, yeah, Airwolf. Man, it's a classic. Probably gonna have some activity picking up in Poland now soon. Any minute now we're gonna start to see some activity here. We have a U.S. Army VIP plane leaving southeastern Poland right now. Yeah, a Greek ship was hit by the Houthis. It did quite a bit of damage. I'll show you guys tomorrow in my update the damage that was done. Got hit pretty hard. Looks like a missile landed right on the deck of the ship. Made a huge hole. So yeah, Terminator. Oh yeah, Terminator is amazing. Yeah. Red Dawn is still the best movie. Yeah, Red Dawn, great movie. Viper Optics says Playboy. That's funny. Yeah, Playboy. That's funny. Kevin Sorbo became a Christian. His testimony is awesome. He got blacklisted from Hollywood because he was speaking truth about God. Yes, I remember when they were blacklisting him from Hollywood. I remember that. I remember. Yep. I remember that. That was like 5 to 10 years ago. They tried to outcast him. Can I give any updates on Australia? What kind of updates on Australia? Oh yeah, Unsolved Mysteries, man. Unsolved Mysteries was a classic. Sorry guys, I had to step away for a second. Just had to get a drink. Thank you, Tiffany, for the welcome. I appreciate that. Yeah, Gilmore Girls, Sega Genesis was awesome. Tiffany says you're not supposed to leave us unattended. That's funny. Lord of the Flies. Yeah, Sega Genesis was my favorite video game system back in the day. That was so much fun playing Sega Genesis. Z Cali says we go feral when Greg leaves. Yeah, I come back and I see the chat is still going about these old 90s shows and video games. It's so funny you guys are still on this topic. Yeah, 90210, yeah, that's such a classic. 90210 is really good. Classic show. Let's check some of the radio's traffic. See what's going on with the radio traffic. Tiffany says we have very short attention spans. That's funny. I noticed a little bit, yeah. Yeah, Peggy McGuire, I know exactly how you feel. Yeah, I'm holding on to those memories too. Those times back when America was a normal place. Think life was much better. Tiffany says the Cubans. Yeah, I'm looking for the Cuban spy number station. Trying to see if there's any Cuban spies broadcasting tonight.
Cero, dos, siete, tres, cinco.
So we got the Cuban spy stations broadcasting now. Oh, they just ended. Wow. They just ended. Wow, they just ended, the Cuban spy station just ended its broadcast. Pretty sure they do it regularly. That was on 10860 megahertz. Yeah, Dr. Quinn, medicine woman, yeah. Payphones, yeah, payphones. Remember 1-800-COLLECT? If you had to use a payphone, you'd have to dial 1-800-COLLECT if you didn't have change. And it would charge the person that you call. MySpace, yeah. MySpace. Collect calls, yep. That's right.
Dos, siete, tres, cinco. Uno, cinco, cuatro, uno, siete, siete, cero, ocho, dos, uno, cero, seis, cero, cuatro, ocho, dos, cero, uno, cuatro, tres, cinco, tres, cero, seis, nueve, cero, dos, siete, tres, cinco. 1, 5, 4, 1, 7, 7, 0, 8, 2, 1, 0, 6, 0, 4, 8, 2, 0, 1, 4, 3, 5, 3, 0, 6, 9, 0, 2, 7, 3, 5, 1, 5, 4, 1, 7, 7, 0, 8, 2, 1, 0, 6,
These are
0,
Cuban spy
4,
stations
8, 2,
broadcasting
0, 4,
instructions
3,
to Cuban,
5,
Russian, Iranian
3,
spies
0, 6,
in North
9,
America.
0, 2, 7, 3, 5, 1, 5,
This one's
4,
pretty long.
1, 7, 7, 0, 8, 2, 1, 0, 6, 0, 4, 8, 2, 0, 1, 4, 3, 5, 3, 0, 6, 9, 0, 2, 7, 3, 5, 1, 5, 4, 1, 7, 7, 0, 8, 2, 1,
Wow.
0,
It's a long
6,
message.
0, 4, 8, 2, 0, 1, 4, 3, 5, 3, 0, 6, 9,
Insane.
0, 2, 7, 3, 5, 1, 5, 4, 1, 7,
Aspen says this is making me beyond nervous now.
2, 1,
It's a long message.
0, 6, 0, 4, 8, 2, 0, 1,
These are
4,
Cuban spy
3,
stations. Cuban
5,
spy stations
0, 6, 9, 0, 2,
broadcasting
7,
codes
3, 5.
to. Now they're sending the data over. You hear that? That noise? That's actually data that they're sending over. But we don't understand what it is. So they're sending data now.
Uno, 5, 4, 1, 7, 7, 0, 8, 2, 1.
So that's a Cuban spy station broadcasting instructions to spies in North America. Cuban, Russian, Iranian. Yeah, the Muffin Man. We also have French Navy forces active tonight too. So that's the French Navy there broadcasting stuff.
WBCQ at 9330 kilohertz on the 31.
The word of God, the same spirit of faith, the same word, the same spirit of faith that agrees with the word. That's how we take it.
Are we in World War III? I think we're in the beginning stages of World War III. We don't realize we're in World War III yet. That's the problem. So I think we are in World War III. We just don't know it yet, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but we just don't realize we're in World War III. That's the problem. Which Shrek movie is my favorite? Probably the first one. Yeah, it's The Fog of War, right. Yep, history is repeating itself. It's just like World War II. When World War II broke out, nobody knew that it was... First of all, when Hitler invaded Poland, nobody knew that that would lead to a world war. Okay? They were doing the same thing with Hitler that they're doing with Putin now. You know, they had the Lend-Lease, and they had all these programs where they were giving equipment to European countries and even the Russians. And we thought that by giving the Russians equipment and giving the European allies equipment that we would be able to defeat Hitler with that and not have to send our troops. And we're doing the same thing now. We think that, you know, by giving weapons to Ukraine, that it's going to stop a war. And it's not. You know, war is war. It's inevitable. There's nothing you can do to prevent it, you know. But I think, it's repeating itself. The history is repeating itself right now. You know, we don't know we're in World War III yet. People don't realize it. That's the thing. It's just like 1938 or 1939. When Hitler invaded Poland, nobody thought that, you know, World War II was going to break out and there was going to be millions and millions of people dead, and that Hitler was going to go into Russia. I mean, that's the last thing that anybody thought Hitler would do, is to go into Russia and try to take over Russia. And I mean, just 50 million people killed. Nobody thought that that would happen, you know, when World War II started. So, So we don't know. We're in the beginning stages of World War III. We're in like 1939 right now. You know, we don't believe that something crazy is about to happen. We refuse to believe it. And it's coming. Whether we like it or not, it's coming. So we have to be prepared. Yeah, no, I believe we are in World War III. We just don't realize it. But soon everybody will realize it. It's just not at the point yet where, you know, people just don't realize it. People are still asleep, you know, but soon it's gonna be undeniable. Thank you for the donation, Manny Cruz. Thank you for gifting 20 memberships. Hope you're having a great night and hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend. I still feel like I'm in like weekend mode, you know. I don't know about you guys, but I just feel like I'm kind of in weekend mode. I don't know. I guess because summer started. So I'm understanding that the long messages by the Cuban spy station is not a good sign. It means that they're broadcasting more instructions to spies and sleeper agents. Tiffany says I'm going to Greg's house. That's funny. Right, Noah was building his ark, that's right. Yeah, Tiffany, make sure you announce yourself first. That's true. Peggy, that's funny, Peggy. Yeah, sure. Sure, Peggy. I'll have to adjust. Looks like a party at my house. Nuclear war party. We'll have a nuclear war party. Bring your own potassium iodide. Bring your own potassium iodide. Nuclear war party. Yeah, I guess, you know, alcoholic beverages would be a good way to pass the time if you're in a fallout shelter. You know, having a good stockpile of beer may get you through those hellish weeks in the fallout shelter. Kelly says you should take applications for an apocalypse crew. That's funny. I'll have to consider that. It's a good idea, Kelly. Apocalypse crew, that's funny. Bring your own Bible, that's a good idea. Bring your own Bible, that's a good idea. So yeah, these longer Cuban spy messages could mean that they're planning a mass attack or some kind of attack on a large scale. or some kind of large-scale operation if they're sending out this large message to spies in North America. So we'll have to keep an eye out for stuff, you know, potentially attacks on our power grid, you know, sleeper cells. See if there's any new planes in the air. Question, could I add a fourth P for prayer? Yeah, I sure can. Absolutely. Absolutely. Serena Smith says, love your lives, Greg. No problem, Serena. Serena, thank you. Thank you for watching. Make food caches just in case you're invaded and preps are taken. Yeah, food caches are a good idea. You would need like a good like root cellar. You dig it out in your yard or somewhere on your property, or maybe even on state or national land. Have I heard of Annie Jacobson? Yes, I do know Annie Jacobson, Jimmy. And yes, I have seen quite a bit of her stuff. She's a journalist. She interviewed a lot of people about Area 51, and she wrote a book on Area 51. Yes, she's been making her rounds lately on YouTube. Yeah, she's really good. Hope everything's going well with you, Jimmy. This is pretty interesting. We have this Department of Justice plane that flew from Richmond, Virginia to Poland. That's pretty strange. I don't know what to make of that. If anybody has any ideas why a Department of Justice plane would be flying to Poland. The only thing I can think of is maybe oversight for the weapons that are going there. I don't know. It's really strange. Yeah, so the cameras, we have Russia on the bottom and Poland on the top. We have Kaliningrad on the bottom. Where's Kaliningrad? Kaliningrad is on the bottom right. Pskov, bottom left. Suwalki Gap, top left. Cyber attacks on the grid equals no water to the taps. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Look how clean it is over there compared to our cities. I don't think Russia's that clean. Look at the bus in Peskov. It's like a 40-year-old bus from the Soviet Union. And I don't know what you're looking at, but look at any place in Russia, and it's crap. Russia's a very poor country. Obviously, their downtown is going to be nice, and Moscow is going to be nice, but Russia has extremely high poverty and drug use and alcoholism and abortions. So maybe the downtown looks nice, but I know what you mean. Yeah, certain cities in America, like some parts of LA or New York City or all the big cities, they look like crap, for sure. I don't know if maybe on the camera it looks clean, but that's because you're probably, I don't know, not really looking too hard at it. I mean, you can see, like, the camera's just showing the asphalt, so you can't really tell how clean it is. You can see, like, older buses. You can see the pavers are really old pavers from, like, 30, 40 years ago. The asphalt is in bad shape. You can see asphalt is not in great shape. A lot of old vehicles. So Tiffany, I'm still here. I think your sound must be off. Victor Optics says, watch Inside Russia. Russia is falling apart. Yeah, Inside Russia, for sure. I listen to him when I have a chance. What's going on, Lena Graham? Yeah, no problem, Ono. Yeah, I wanted to visit a lot of places in Eastern Europe until the war started. Russia, Ukraine. But yeah, it's just not safe to travel there. I mean, you can just get arrested for no reason. Especially Russia, if they see you're American. Let me just check and see if there's any new news. Hold on one sec, guys. See if there's any new news here. Check and see if there's any updates. Tiffany says Greg must be on the phone. No, I'm actually not on the phone. I'm actually just checking sources here. Checking to see if there's any new news. Sabrina says not flying Boeing anytime soon. So I'm not seeing any updates here from Crimea. Not seeing updates from Crimea, so Interesting. Good morning, Tart and Granny. How's it going? Just checking for updates here. Russia launched more missiles at Kharkiv. So I'm probably going to wrap it up soon. Doesn't look like there's any new information coming out. Plus it's 2:30 in the morning and I have to get some sleep. So I'll probably, I don't know if I should shut it down or leave it up. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. Laura Miller, good to see you, Laura Miller. Thanks for tonight's stream. Gonna try to get a couple hours of sleep. I'll be working from home here on the coast of North Carolina tomorrow. Hoping the subs offshore don't start lobbing missiles at me. That's funny. I hope not either. I hope not either. Yeah, looks like the Titan is descending now. Yeah, so it's gonna land in Japan somewhere. Okay, Peggy, sounds good. Going to drink in my coffee and go on to bed. Sounds good, Peggy. Thanks for showing up. Sabrina says heading to work. I gotta be there at 3. Oh, wow. That's really early. Potentially subs off the eastern U.S. Have a great rest of the wee morning hours. Thank you, Sabrina, and have a good day at work. Yeah, it's been a fun night. Well, War Daddy, Tiffany, have a good night. Thank you to the moderators. Awesome moderators here. Awesome moderators. Thank you, Karen Cochran. I appreciate it. Aspen English, Arnold Schmidt, thank you very much. Love is everything. Harley Lady, good to see you. Been listening at the start and now the end. Wow, thank you, Harley. That's really nice of you. Stick through the whole stream. There's going to be a lot more streams, that's for sure, especially with everything going on. So these streams right now are probably on the quieter end. When things kick off in the coming weeks, it's going to be super crazy and busy. Brandon says, check your emails. I sent videos of submarines and F-16s today. Pretty cool. Oh, thank you, Brandon. Do you mind bumping up your email? I got flooded with emails the last couple days. I haven't had a chance to check my email even. Can you bump it up and just reply? Like, just say bump in the mail, and this way it'll push it to the top of my inbox. Something about a conventional or nuclear strike. Do you think the surprise that Biden has for Trump is a conventional or nuclear war? It's possible. It's very possible that we could go into a war with Russia before the election. I think that all these countries are going to try to do something before Trump wins, because they know Trump is tough. So China, North Korea, Putin, Iran, they're all going to try to squeeze out whatever they can before the sheriff comes back in town. You know, it's like when the substitute teacher is in class, everybody starts acting up, and then when the normal teacher returns, everybody's back on their good behavior. Well, that's kind of what I think is happening now, is all these countries are acting up. Jordan says, bad news, my IBS has acted up. I'm sorry to hear about that. Davis08, good to see you. Hope everything's going well. Just bumped the email, says Brandon. We had a submarine a couple hundred yards from our vessel, and it was accompanied by 2 F-16s. Wow. So, wow, Brandon, for those of you guys who don't know, he's offshore underwater construction. He does offshore underwater construction projects, and he said he just saw recently a submarine a few hundred yards from his vessel, and it was accompanied by 2 F-16s. That's insane. Flynn K says, don't run into one of those Carolina bears like the one I sent you the pic of. Yeah, I'll be careful. Yeah, the Carolina bears get big. Yeah, the Carolina bears get big. Just like Pennsylvania bears. So I'll definitely be on high alert for that. So I think I'm going to shut it down, and I'll probably be back tomorrow night, maybe with another live stream, potentially. But either way, I'll definitely keep you guys updated. So, Tamanrod 2017, God bless you. Thank you for the hugs and prayers. I appreciate that. Brandon says, very active, 50 miles off the coast of Norfolk. Have a good sleep, you too, and Tartan Granny. No problem. Brian Hoger. Eli Lachetti. No, he's talking about American subs, not Russian subs. He's talking about American attack subs moving around off the coast of Virginia. You too, Maggie K. Be safe. So have a good night, guys. Sleep well, sweet dreams, and maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow. So until then, take care, God bless, and don't forget the 3 Ps. Prepare, practice, and persevere.